Have you got enemy units near you now?
Negative, I'm taking out the BTRs to the east.
Oh, it shows you as your helicopter position is just slightly south of the runway, of the taxi lane.
Yeah, that's better.
But you see, it's showing that you killed stuff, but you're still basically within the area of the airfield.
Yeah, I've got a 6 kilometre range on these mid-life, 7.3 kilometre.
Oh, of course, yeah, okay, yeah.
I'm not worried about showy stuff at the moment. I just want to clear the airfield a little bit.
Yeah, copy that. Let's have about the BTRs on the bridge, so they've got less chance of being hit by them as we fly about. But there's also the infantry down there, which are best dealt with by rockets, which I don't know. So I'll just go through the BTRs of my guns. If I've got much ammo left, I'm not sure. Three of them. Oi, oi, how are you doing? This is an unexpected Sunday flight. This is going to help. The game's loud, okay, so that means my voice is low, yeah? I'll bring the game down a fraction, I can't take the voice up anymore. How's about that?
Volume 10. Correct. And so ID TTS. Volume 10. Is not ID.
Jolly good?
10. Much better.
Jolly good, thank you. Completely lost the plot of where I was going now, but never mind. Oh, that's right, I was looking at the BTRs on the bridge. I've got 3 of them.
I watched the video you put out recently. Bloody good job you did.
Which video was that, Rod? Actually, there's no point in me going for anything else meter arm. Oh right, okay. Oh, that's nice that you looked at that. Which one in particular? If you can remember. I'm working on another one as well now.
Volume 10. Now I got to look her out.
Okay, yeah, take a look. Let me know. I'm interested in which ones people like, obviously.
Volume 10. And I love them.
Oh yeah, I was quite happy with that one. I'm now working on, well, now I can't remember your age group, Yod, so do you know a band called Thin Lizzy?
Volume 10. Say again.
Yeah, the band is called Thin Lizzy, or do you know the guitarist Gary Moore? Yeah, Thin Lizzy, as in skinny. Thin Lizzy, yeah, British band.
Thin
I
Lizzy,
can't remember.
sorry.
Yeah, you're sorry, Yod, but I'm terrible at remembering. You're Australia?
Mongolian 10. Australia, yes.
Wow, I remembered correctly. Okay, well, yeah, Thin Lizzy was a sort of 80s, I guess, mainly UK band. They did a song called Parisian Walkways, and it's a lovely song. There are a couple of bits in it that I would really struggle, but I've now, oh hang on, let's just, I don't think I need to get repaired, but let's just get, I'll shut the engine down for a minute and get rearmed.
Mazda, forward, 6,
I don't
request takeoff.
want to take off. It does that every time. I don't know what, I don't know how to get over that. Right, hold on.
Mongolian 10. If that's the one you're looking at. Can't wait to give it a listen.
I can, I'm a bit dubious about this, but I can give you what I've got so far. But what I've got so far is very much a sketch pad, just a placeholder, so that I've got all of the parts. I've got a track for each of the parts completed. So I've got like 2 guitar parts, bass guitar, vocals, are all completed. So now what I need to do is re-record each track or each part, guitar, rhythm guitar, whatever, to get it correct, because there's all sorts of reasons why these parts are not correct at the moment. But now that I've got the complete song, I can just go over each individual track for whatever
Mongolian
instrument.
10. Entirely up to you, dude. I'm happy to wait for the finished product.
Well, actually, also there's getting it to you. Are we in? I can't remember. Are we in contact on Discord?
Mongolian 10. I have you on DCS.
Okay. Well, I'm going to do it because it throws it out there to certain people just to get ideas back, or not ideas back so much, but just to get an idea of what the thoughts are. But if I put this on there, you have to remember that it is very much a work in progress, which I've got to basically start again by redoing each track for whichever instrument from start to finish. What I want to do in the end as well is have a video the same as I did with And I Love Her. But I've got, one of the reasons I'm doing this new song is because over my left shoulder, if you look at the inset, I've got my new guitar. I've got an actual USA Fender Strat, so it makes quite a difference. It really does, because the thing I've been using up to now has been a Marlin, which is like a cheap knockoff type brand. And it's, you know, more hard work. It doesn't do the same. You don't get the same sounds, etc. So, and it's not so easy playable. So this new guitar is something that that has helped on that.
10. Have you made a new Discord? I could have sworn we had chatted before quite extensively.
Oh, hold on, let me just ask for them to rearm me, and I'll have a look.
Request refueling.
Okay. And I can start up again in a minute. I must remember to do my trims when I start up. Let's get Discord up. What we might have to do is friend or refriend on Discord because I'm terrible at all this. Hang on.
Goliad 10. Now we had chats before. But the chat is empty now.
Ah, okay. Are you the same? Angol Yod 10 on Discord. It doesn't seem to give the whole name when I look on some of these things. I've got an N, but I don't think that's you somehow.
Goliad 10. No 10 on Discord. Just Goliad.
Okay. I'll tell you what, to keep it simple, and because you'll be much better with Discord than I am, do you want to ping me a friend
Goliad
request?
10. Capital N.
Yeah, I'm seeing a capital N, but it's just got N dot dot dot. And it says, I think it's a do not disturb symbol, it's red. So I don't know who this N dot 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 is, it just doesn't tell you, as far as I can tell.
Goliad 10. Oh. Because your usernames are truncated. It's streamer mode.
Yeah, they're truncated. I mean, not all of them. I'm seeing one guy named Rolfwall, and his name shows in full, but others, there's like just that first letter. If you're able to ping me.
Goliad 10. I said hey Bill in Discord.
Is that Heya? Because if it is, that must be you. I'll give you a wave. Okay, I'm seeing that's the one. Right, stand by. I'm going to find this piece that I'm talking about. Let's say it's called Parisian Walkways. It's also a little bit special to me because in 2013 my lovely late wife and I went to Paris for a week for her 60th birthday, and that was a fantastic week. It really was. We walked all the way across Paris. It was beautiful weather all the way through. It was an absolutely lovely time. So this song that I've come across now called Parisian Walkways.
You do that. I got a shoot for now, man. Got pills to grab.
Okay, well I'll catch you later, but I'll leave a copy on there and I'll put a couple of little notes on there, just like caveats if you like, to accompany the file. Yeah, copy. I'm just sort of putting a message for to them at the moment for Yodi. He's been on my stream. He's had to shoot out, I think. But I'm putting a message on Discord for him. So I'll be back very very soon.
Okay, ready when you are though for whenever you're.
Okay. Well, when I come back. Okay, when I come back, I'll spawn in a mozzie.
Okay.
Request rearming.
Copy. Rearming complete.
Okay, I don't know if you got your ears on. Right, I don't know if you got your ears on in an aircraft. Oh, you're there. Hold on.
Wonderful. Oh, intercom,
yeah.
I suppose. What?
Wow, that's amazingly loud. Well done. Do you copy? You copy?
Yeah, I thought you said that was amazingly loud.
Yeah, oh yeah, it is. It's very loud and clear. I'm not sure if I need to change anything or whether it's going to be alright. I think it's probably going to be okay, because that way you're over the top of any engine noise which isn't even there yet, and you know, bombs, etc. So yeah, it's fine as it is, I think. Actually, if I wanted to, I could just pull it down a little bit on voice meter, but I'll leave it for the moment. What is frustrating is I'll leave it for now. If I need to, I can put it back on voice meter. What is frustrating is when you ask to get into the aircraft, it brings up that little window, and it brings it up right underneath my chat box. And I don't think I can move the other window, but I have to move the chat box out of the way because it's where I want it to be. I have to move that out of the way before I can actually say, yeah, you can get in.
Right. It's crazy loud, actually, the intercom. I don't know how to turn it down.
But
Like to the point where it's distorted almost.
yeah, it is. Yeah, it is almost distorting. Am I distorting for you?
Stuff.
I've got a tiny fraction of a message then.
The intercom doesn't seem to have a volume control of any description.
Okay,
Although your volume control, I think, is the silver box just behind the radio with the black knob on it. I'm not sure if the black knob is the volume control for you.
I think it might be. Overall volume adjuster knob. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Let's put my other volume back up. And I'll turn that one down. Trouble is I can't see whether it's turning down. Okay, try again. I have turned it down, but I might have turned you off.
1, 2, 3, 4, but it hasn't made any effect to. It hasn't made any change to what I hear.
No. It's very loud when I have my volume up on voice meter, but that's alright, I can turn that down. It's a change for things to be so very, very clear and loud.
Your permanent trans.
Yeah, I noticed. It's because I jumped onto the other screen briefly, and it locked it where it was. I can't remember what I said now. But I can turn it down. I can turn it down on voice meter as necessary.
No, I was trying to turn it down, work out how to turn it down in-game, because the in-game level is distorted.
Okay, so I'm distorting for you then. Is that right?
Doesn't make any difference. What you're doing isn't making any difference to me.
No, but am I distorting for you?
Yes.
Okay.
But you're only distorting because of the game, not your microphone and Windows.
Okay, so I'd have to turn it down in options then.
Maybe, but then that would possibly mess up volumes for other aircraft. Leave it as it is for the time being, see where it goes.
Yeah, okay. I mean, we can afford to back off the mics in that case, can't we? So I can turn you down by turning voice meter down, but it doesn't affect what you hear from me.
Okay, so I put in a test of a test.
Test of what?
A test of a test. So the thing that I put in is testing something, but I couldn't check if it was 100% functional because I needed 2 people when I was working on it solo. So I tested as much as I could, but now I need to finish the testing.
Oh, I see. Okay. How can I prevent transmitting on the radio? I'll turn the radio off. Right, now I'm just transmitting to you.
That's a completely different...
No, it's just that if anyone was to join us, so everything I say to you is going to go out on radio.
Yeah, but no, what I hear now is a completely different sound. It's a different... The external transmission radio is a very sharp sound, and the intercom is slightly softer, muffled, not unintelligible, but it has like it's less cutty on the ears.
Okay, so hang on, what are we saying? Since I turned the radio off, it sounds better?
I wouldn't say better. It's still incredibly loud and distorted. It's just not quite as harsh on the ears.
Okay, if I sit back, does that make any difference?
Nope.
Okay. I'll try and speak gently.
Right, so the thing that I put in is, well, last time when we did this, it was a case of you picking an airfield, or picking a beacon, and then I was tuning to it. That's great, but then we both know where, well, you know where that is, and I could find out by looking at the map if I really wanted to, although I didn't. So now it's programmatic.
It's what?
So, programmatic. So if you go into the radio system, I think it needs to be you. I'm not sure. And this will be another test of a different thing to see if I hear what happens when you make the selection. If you go into the radio menu, go into F10 for other, and then F2 for find Dave.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Okay, stand by.
Oh, a game of hide and seek? How exciting!
Did you get that?
Yes, it is. So it's 3102.
Say again.
3102 hertz.
3102.
Yeah, so if we go to F10 for like the map,
Okay, I'm on the map.
so when we did this last time, you ended up choosing the marker for vulnerable body, or whatever it is, and that wasn't an insurmountable flight. That was in the Mosquito. That was what, 5 minutes or so. It was manageable because of the speed that it.
Yeah.
So there is now a unit somewhere on the map inside that radius. So from Mosdock to Mineral Body, that radius around Mosdock, Dave is somewhere.
Okay. But where does that leave us?
So now, in theory, and this is part of the test.
Thanks for speaking, but you seem to have fallen off your key.
Yeah, sorry, I was just doing this on stream. Give me 2 seconds.
Copy that.
Right, so yeah, so Dave is somewhere within that radius, and if it is working, and this is part of what I couldn't test because maybe distance and geography was preventing me from hearing it properly. When I was on the ground in the Mosquito trying to work the radio, I couldn't hear I couldn't hear what was being transmitted. It's the first time I've used this particular call, so I might have done it wrong, it might not be working, or so that's like the first phase of the test, is to see whether or not the code ended up generating a signal from the vehicle that I put on the map that is Dave.
Okay, so what now?
So now I need to tune the radio. First of all, I'm going to tune the radio just to see if we can hear anything on the ground, and if we can't, then we'll get into the air and maybe it'll be better, because I think it should be within. I just need to adjust my track IR so that I can actually see the radio.
Okay, so you're searching somehow then at the moment, or you will be when you're in the aircraft and using the aerial.
Yes. Like I did last time, tuning it into the frequency to see if we can hear anything, and then when I can hear something, or when we can hear something, then we can use the directional antenna to get a relative bearing to our aircraft.
Okay, so we're listening. You're listening, I'm listening, we're listening. What on?
The radio unit behind your head.
Right, but you're listening on that, but I can't hear that, can I?
Yeah, because that's what you were doing last week with the Morse code.
Oh, okay, okay. Do I still need the map at the moment?
No, not the moment.
Okay, I'm hearing noises.
Yeah, I've just turned the radio down. I didn't realise it was going to be that loud.
Okay, it wasn't ridiculously loud, but it's just noticeable, very noticeable.
Yes, so we wanted, what, 3106 or something like that?
I can't remember. You said a number, but I can't do much with that.
Had you forgotten, you could do F8, radio F10, F2 again.
F2, find Dave.
Hi! I can't come to the phone right now because I'm playing hide and seek. Ask around for my frequency or check your messages. If you'd like to, leave a message after the beep.
I'm not sure what it's telling us.
So in that case, when you start the hide and seek, you get a message saying what frequency it's on. All the messages you get coming in go into the messages that you can look at if you hit the escape key and go to the messages option, so I can do that.
No, I'm lost. Escape messages and escape key, they're not something I'm familiar with.
No, so if you just hit the escape key to bring up your menu.
Oh, it's not escape for me, it's 0. Yeah, okay. I've changed it. It's easier to reach.
Right, so in there you've got the messages.
Oh, message history.
And then in there somewhere there will be Dave is on frequency, whatever. So 31, whatever.
3102 kilohertz.
Yep. So 3.1 kilohertz is 3001 kilohertz is 3100 kilohertz, which is 3.1 megahertz. So we have to put the radio onto the right frequency, and that means we're going to be using the red gauge on the thing, so we turn that to the right switch.
Okay, I've got background noise. You need the
Yeah, it's
messages
difficult.
anymore.
No, it's not. It's really difficult to control the volume of the radio. It seems to be off or on, despite the fact it's a volume control. So I'll try and keep it minimal, but we'll see how it goes.
Okay, well the thing is, once the engine's running, that's not going to seem so loud anyway.
So now I just need to go the dial round to 3001, and hopefully we hear at least something. Which is, that's 3000.
It should not be you turning, so you're not turning the directional area, are you? The loop area.
No, it's a double dial on the face of the radio unit.
Okay, the one that's right behind me, so I can't actually see what it's reading. So are you now turning that dial to try and pick up a signal?
Yeah.
Which we're not
I just need... No, so we might need to get into the...
Okay, well I'll go through startup process and you can fiddle as you need to.
Yep, that's right.
The pity you can't hear the responses from the ground crew, can you, when I ask them to do stuff?
No, I don't get that.
That's a pity. That seems odd that you can't, actually. Okay.
On the starter. Copy.
Okay, taxi into runway. know if anyone else is in. I haven't got my chat up at the moment. Is anyone else in the server?
No, it's just us.
Okay. So I don't have to worry about people coming in or going out. Okay, please extinguish cigarettes and fasten seatbelts. Okay, are you scanning?
At the moment, I'm just having a quick skim through the event log from the server just to make sure that no errors were thrown when the code ran to start the hide and seek.
Okay, well that's fine, but I'm going to go do a anti-clockwise circle, pick up a little bit of altitude over the airfield.
So I can confirm that there was no error. So in theory, there will be a signal.
Copy that.
When I tested, what happened was I did find the signal, and it came up with radio signal on the top left of the screen, but because of the location of the aircraft and his vehicle, I couldn't get the actual transmission to be heard, but it did confirm that there was a transmission being sent.
Okay. Top left of the screen, will I see it?
I don't know.
So did you have a direction, or did you only have that it's within that radius and a radio frequency?
I've got it. Hang on, I moved it and now I've lost it again. That was interesting. It popped up radio signal very briefly and then
Okay, well if it was brief, I didn't see it anyway, but I wasn't looking for it.
radio message top left.
Okay, yeah,
F8.
it was covered up by my radio intercom window.
So there is a signal out there. I just need to work out where.
So we don't have a direction. You've got to find that direction once you've got acquired the signal.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to make a turn to the left. Do I need to be at a low enough altitude, or does it not matter?
I do not know. I don't know enough about it. A little bit of height might be better, so like 5,000-6,000 feet, so that you're not being blocked by any geography or anything like that. Now, it's a reasonable distance, so it could be in the mountains, so we might need to go a little bit higher.
Okay, well I'm currently at 6.5.
I should have made it so that it gave a general direction as a beginner thing.
I'm hearing something. Oh, that's our airfield marker, isn't it?
I don't know. I'm not hearing anything.
Yeah, it's the it's the airfield marker. It's stopped now.
Right. The only buzzing that I could hear is your seat.
Oh, what?
Your seat.
My seat buzzing. Oh, sorry. The yeah, the shaker. Yeah. Can't seem to get the thing to come up. Oh, that sounds like something. Okay, so I'm only
that's definitely.
I'm only barely hearing the radio. Is that right? my needles moved just a second then. Try and make a turn and see if I can roughly get to the point where they seem to me.
1, 2, 3, can you?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. You're not hearing me.
I am hearing you, but you didn't appear to be hearing me, or maybe you didn't hear me earlier on either. So if you can keep a straight line, then I'll switch over to directional.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not hearing anything at the moment.
Yeah, copy that. Could it be that it's on the other side of the airfield?
Could be anywhere. But yes, it could be the opposite direction.
Okay, I'll make a 180 then, hold the course on that. I'm on a steadily east bearing at the moment. Right, so it appears we have a freeze. DCS is collecting various system information. I'm not sure if we carry on after this because it's 1:30 and it's Monday morning, so we might try this again on another day. Basically, we're testing the use of the radio and searching via radio signal when we can get it working. Okay, going in again.
Request rearming. Copy. Rearming complete.
Radio check. Radio check.
Hi! I can't come to the phone right now because I'm playing hide and seek. Ask around for my frequency or check your messages. If you'd like to, leave a message after the beep. Hi! I can't come to the phone right now because I'm playing hide and seek. Ask around for my frequency or check your messages. If you'd like to, leave a message after the beep.
Radio check.
intercom is a bit sluggish, but test.
Yep, copy.
Hi! I can't come to the phone right now because I'm playing hide and seek. Ask around for my frequency or check your messages. If you'd like to, leave a message after the beep.
I've checked messages, but I'm not seeing a message from Dave for frequency.
You won't have it because you had to restart your client. So I've already got it, so it's okay.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just going to finalise on a couple of things and taxi.
Okay.
Okay, I'm getting readings on the needles. I'm following their direction. They are responding to me turning.
Yeah, I wouldn't read too much into the needles too much.
Oh, okay.
I was just experimenting to see if they seemed to pick up a signal more than ears. If we resume that easterly course that we were going to take.
Yeah, copy that. I think I have to push the needles in the direction I want to go. It's not telling me that, like, if they're leaning to the left, I think it's saying go left rather than you're leaning to the left, so go the other way. But we'll see. And of course, I could have been flying away from the target.
Goliath 10. I return.
Hello, Yard. We're just checking out radio directions. Trying to use bearings from the radio. I've got some needles to follow, but we're not sure how much they're working.
Goliath 10.
No, that's
All
gone now.
right.
No, they're back again. No, they're gone again. It's probably stuff that Maxwell's doing in the background. Because he's in that seat there, although we can't see him, operating that lot. And I'm sure I'm not on my easterly course. No, I'm not too far from it.
Are we on the east? I don't know if there's a lag between the pair of us, but are you trying to get onto a particular easterly heading, or just going generally east?
Was going generally east because I was talking to Yod as well at the same time, but I'm now aiming at actual a bearing of 090.
Okay.
Something just hit us. I'm not sure what. Must be 109s in the area, I'm guessing, which is a pain. I think I'm
Nothing.
unconscious.
There is nothing near us.
There's something fired up from the ground. It's still firing. It says you have control. Can you swap? It must have just hit me. Can you swap to the pilot seat?
No, I've got no. No, I have no control. I think maybe there was a shulker that was still active and I wasn't aware of it. So that's a bit of a never mind moment. Christ knows what he's doing. Been sitting there burning his fuel for the last 2 hours. So let's go back up to that. So I think we just got shot by one of the units that were there that should have been. Oh fuck yeah, there was one unit there, wasn't there? There was 2 units left. I forgot to go and get them. That's my fault.
10. Listen
And
to
now I'm permanently transmitting apparently.
Not bad at all.
Yeah, still got to do the whole thing again, track by track, really. But I mean, it's quite something for me. And it's really a good exercise for the new guitar. Laxor's transmit key is locked on, probably because of what happened, so I'll just try getting out and getting back in again.
So it's something that I couldn't do on my own because I couldn't fly the aircraft and fiddle with the radio at the same time. So I built the coding, tested if I could find a signal, and then I'm relying on Bill to fly around now to see if we can get closer to the signal enough.
Right, out of tune. No, it's more that they're almost spoken. If you listen to the timing, they're not. It's not like it's not on any beat or off any beat. It's almost like it's spoken. So if it's actually off, no. If it's enharmonically incorrect, yes, that's down to me. But that's something once again, everything is a placeholder. The guitar changes tone throughout the song because I do it bit by bit, and of course when I come back to it another time I won't necessarily have the same sound on the guitar. I'll go for it but won't necessarily achieve it, and that's one of the things I have to do when I come back to it. Set the guitar up for the sound that I want, then record the whole of that track with that sound. So they're the kind of things that I need to do.
Goliad 10. Righto. Yeah, cause the vocals start at different times. Not far off, but close together.
Oh, you're talking about on the harmony part? It's not really a harmony, it's like it's octave voices. So there's the normal voice for like the second verse. There's the harmony is not really a harmony, it's just an octave higher than the main tune. And that is actually really quite difficult to do, to sing exactly the same timing as you previously did. You know, if you've done it 100 times, then that's probably easier.
Gotcha then. Well, that was all that I had gripe with, TBH.
Yeah, well, I say there's a lot to do. I mean, that's assuming I ever complete it. I mean, that guitar break in the middle, if you listen to the original, if you get Gary Moore, Parisian Walkways, and listen to that, there's a guitar lick in the middle that really is impossibly fast. I don't think I'll ever get that, but I'll just do what I can with it. a bit muffled on this occasion, it seems. Are you closer to the mic?
No, the muffled sound is what I was getting when you had turned off the main radio.
Oh, okay. Well, I turned the main radio off a while back, but the first time you transmitted it was more muffled than the second time. Don't know why that would be.
Yeah, not sure.
Request rearming. Copy. Rearming complete.
What did you say, we do one more go at this? Call it half.
Yeah. What time you want to quit?
Yeah, as I say, call it 2:30.
Yep, okay, I'll get up as soon as I can now.
Okay.
Actually, I hadn't switched the power on, so I'm a bit surprised if you had any radio thing going on.
On the starter. Copy.
when you fly east, go northeast first, because there's a couple of shulkers by the bridge still.
Yeah, copy that. If you can check us on the map and tell me when you want me to turn to east.
I'd fly in that direction for a bit.
Say again?
Fly in that direction for a bit.
Direction we're in, okay.
Yeah. I'm a little bit worried about the number of containers on the field. They don't seem to be getting removed.
Yeah, on the field I'm not worried. I have to avoid that one that's on the runway.
Yeah, there shouldn't be any on the runway, but there shouldn't be any inside that zone.
Yeah. Just keep an eye on the course and let me know when to go east.
You might be okay now.
Okay, making a turn. Unfortunately, the compass is hidden by the gun gauge, like the range thing on the gun. So I have to duck down every time I want to look at the compass.
The range? It's in front of the throttle, isn't it?
Yes, but it's behind from my angle because my head is higher than the rangefinder, or not the range setter for the gun. I have to duck down just to see that. It's only a bit, but I have to duck down every time just to see the compass.
No, that's what I mean though. The compass isn't by the rangefinder. The compass is just in front of the throttle.
On the front of the throttle, sorry. I've always said in front. Well, that's one compass. Can't really see the other one, not the directions. I can see it, but I can't tell what direction it's showing, not from this angle. The compass that I can see and see where, what direction we're going is the one that's slightly obscured by the range setting dial.
Right.
But we're on a pretty steady easterly course now, 0900, 090.
Yeah, okay. turning south.
South.
Yeah.
Copy that, making a turn. Okay, we're heading south.
Radio really needs a sun cup. It's almost impossible as you sort of fly around. As soon as the sun hits the radio, you can't see a damn thing.
Oh, right. Whoop. Signal then.
Yeah, bit the wrong switch. I was fiddling.
Let me know when you're done and I'll RTB.
Yeah, it's maybe if we flew south for long enough, it might start getting clearer, but it's hard to tell. I'll put in a change that gives a general heading. So like, if it's in the northwest, maybe you'll just get the fact that it's in the north, because if you fly far enough north, eventually you'll get enough separation to be able to tell the difference between east and west. So I don't want to just lead people directly to the source.
Yep. Are we done? Shall I RTB or what?
Santa Rose. Hey buddy.
Hello, Santa.
Yeah, go on then.
Copy that. Making a turn.
Santa Rose.
If it's in the mountains, then we'd probably need to be almost at the mountains in order to get an indication, get proper.
I made the wrong direction turn, but never mind, I'll get there. With some viewers. Oh, I'm not seeing them. I'm not seeing them. But thank you anyway for the thought.
Santa owns. Rated for 15 people buddy they are there.
Oh, okay, the figures aren't showing. Actually, the figures are showing 0, so that's obviously not quite accurate. We are RTB at the moment, having been on a mission to do some radio direction finding to a downed pilot. But we're done for tonight, so I'm RTB for landing. I'm seeing 3 now, but that's what I'd expect to see.
Santa owns. Says 13 for me.
Ah, no, it only says 3 for me, but I'm looking on my OBS sort of pop-out window and my chat window. It says 3 on each of those. Thank you. I mean, sadly they're coming in at the end, but so they won't be seeing much. Just me flying back home.
You know, I bought this aircraft when it first came out, and I don't think I ever flower it.
Snuggles. Okay, well you should. Yeah, you should do it, mate. Jump on our server at some time if you need any help. You know, to speed up the starting up, etc. Proper start up rather than auto start. Yeah, definitely get up there and fly it. It's different, it's nice. I'm just trying to locate the airfield visually at the moment.
Santa owns. Bill convinced me to try all the WW2 aircraft. He's a great guy.
Thank you, Santa. That was very nice of you to say. But the World War II aircraft, I just love the Warbirds. Of course, you know my favourite is the Spit. Well, I've got a viz on the airfield now. It's
Santa owns.
centre screen
Don't
right
be mad, but I
now.
am really liking the 51P.
Oh, the P-51's a great aircraft,
I
absolutely.
enjoy the P-47. I say that would be my favorite. Horrible at it, but I enjoy flying it.
The main thing about all this, because we can't do it for real, is just to enjoy what you can do. That's what it's all about, just enjoy. So I'm going to go for a landing coming in on 026. Taking fire.
Yeah, well, it's coming close to those filters again.
I've pumped up the volume and I'm trying to get out of the way.
So we're clear.
Okay. Slacken off and okay, I'll slacken off and make the landing.
Trying to see if there's anything that I can do on this side that is like part of doing the landing stuff, but I don't think there is. I think I can interact with the gear and the flaps and all that sort of thing, but that's about it.
Okay, well in that case, let's screen there, too fast at the moment. It's not the signal you were looking for, is it? I'm bleeding off some speed at the moment.
Yeah, all good.
Okay, do you want to, hopefully we can do it, put the gear down.
I believe gear is coming.
And flaps, full flaps. Nice, hold on.
We might need to do a go around though. Unless... Alright, sorry.
Might be alright. But watch out for that crate as well. Oh, the crate's well out the way. Okay, well, one way or another, that was still successful in a way. It was good fun, if nothing else.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. So I think I'll make some changes to give a general direction, and then we can maybe try again next week.
Santa owns.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Very nicely done, Bill.
Thank you, Santa. Could have been better. It was a bit of a bumpy ride, but yeah, not bad. We survived, didn't we?
I better disappear off, and then I haven't got to necessarily get up quite as early, but I still, unfortunately, still do need to get up. So.
Yeah, copy that. Okay, well, perhaps catch you Friday then. Oh, I don't know if I pushed the right button. Maybe catch you Friday.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I pressed the wrong button in my response. Yeah, if either that, or if I feel confident in any changes, I'll give you a shout during the week.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, okay. I can help out whenever that's required, I think.
Yep, alright.
Was that, well, TTFN, sleep well.
Yeah, alright, you take care.
No. Okay, folks. So we're in the Mozzie. Is there anything that anyone out there would like to ask me or about the Mozzie, or tell me? Of course, I don't know everything, so you might want to tell me stuff. Won't be here for much longer because, in theory, I wouldn't be flying tonight. Suppose I could actually go and expend my rockets because I've still got them. I haven't fired anything at all. What am I like for fuel? Hold on.
Santa owns. No questions from me, just wanted to be sure to stop by and say hi. I was streaming when you started, sorry.
Oh, well, that's great. It's nice that you dropped by. Thank you. So, I mean, there might be others out there that are not so aware. They might want to ask something or say, tell me something. I'm sure I don't know it all. So, whatever. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's nice that you dropped in, Santa. Nice to have you there.
Request refueling.
Just
Request
top up my
rearming.
fuel and I'll take off again. Oh, no, I won't. Didn't open the window. They couldn't hear me. Try again. Although probably I don't need fuel. No, I won't worry about fuel. I'll just take off. This should be enough, I hope. Or maybe not. I'll make a turn. I'll make a turn and take off towards the east. So anyone that's thinking about it, now look, she's a beaut. Just get her. Just go, if you got her, certainly if you got her, you go flying. If you haven't, get it. But of course, only after you've got the Spitfire. I mean, I can talk through takeoff if anyone's interested. Takeoff in the Mosquito. Might just do that anyway. Doesn't cost anything, does it? So I've already set my trims. As you can see, rudder trim is just there, and my nose down trim is just there, which I might adjust slightly once I'm airborne. So to take off in this, I'm going to use the brake
Santa owns.
and the
I
throttle.
will get it next sale. The WW2 stuff is fun.
It sure is. Yeah, I'm glad you agree with that. I need to set my takeoff flaps because I've accidentally put them right up. Right, takeoff flaps are set. I think everything else is good actually. So I can just throw. What's happening? I didn't do that. Hang on. Right, now I don't know what's happening, but for some reason it started to put my flaps down all by itself. Or up, rather. Okay. So I'm going to throttle up, and I'm going to use the rudder and the throttle to keep myself on a... Sorry, not the rudder. The rudder, the throttle and the brake. To keep myself on a straight course. Eventually, once the nose comes down, I can stop using the brake and start using the stick as normal. I need to get a up and running and straight and level with the tail up, i.e. the nose down. So let's go for that. So I'm using my slider with this hand to operate the brake. And I'm gradually going to reduce the amount of braking so she builds up speed and the nose comes down, the tail comes up. I'm gradually easing off the brake, watching for the nose to drop, throttling up. Nose has dropped, so the tail is up. Rotate and then get the gear up. Now get the flaps up. So I've got to decide what I'm going to attack. I think I'll go north of the airfield. There's a string of trucks, and then parallel to them in the next field there's a line of like infantry. They've got some pretty wicked stuff that shoots up and gets us a lot of the time. So I'm going to take care of the infantry with the rockets, because getting them with bullets you've got to actually hit them, whereas with rockets I've just got to be in the vicinity with the rockets and the blast will knock them out. I've got a number of them, but they still hit me as well. Now I'll use the guns, I'll come in again now with the guns and go for the trucks in the field. So with the jets, basically you arm your rockets and you tell them what you want them to do and they just go and do it. Whereas for me with this, I've got to aim the whole aircraft at the target. Whether it's rockets or guns, I've got to aim the whole aircraft at the target. So I've got to fly a course that's correct for that. Also trying to find the target and aim at it with the sight. So centre screen now, there's a little black line of objects. That's what I'm going for. And with this, I have to aim a bit low. It always seems to fire high, this aircraft, to me. And if those infantry are still down there, any survivors, they'll probably shoot at me. Well, that wasn't a bad run, was it? And I didn't take any fire from the infantry down there. So I'll give it another sort of 10 minutes or so, and then I'll RTV and fold for the evening, morning. But a lot of late mornings just recently, including, we talk about a couple of mornings at 5:30 in the morning, before I turn in. Some of that is due to guitar work, where I'm recording stuff. Well, there are still infantry down there, obviously, so I just shot at them. But without using those rockets to dispose of most of them, they would have just made a mess of it, to be honest.
Santa Rays. I love to fly in with these and do low passes, just something about it.
Yeah, I agree with that. Flying low is good anyway because you get a far better sensation of speed. I was noticing earlier on as I was flying the Spit that you seem to be flying along very sedately, very slowly, but when you look at your shadow on the ground, you realise, it tells you how fast you're actually flying. anything wrong. There's about 3 trucks left, so I've got almost all of this sorted. Only just scraped that one really. Although I might have got it burning. Oh, not sure what happened there. There's a few bangs, so they might have shot my wing off or something, I don't know. I might have clipped, don't know. So, let me just, hold on. Let me just jump into a spit just to get, oh don't, I was just going to say, so I can quickly get a radio, but I don't actually need a radio. But I'm always very happy to sit in a spit. That's it. Not my markings. I have a different camo once I load up. But I mean, the airplane is the airplane, regardless of what colour you put on it. Did everyone know that one of the Spitfires was actually, one of the liveries for Spitfire was actually bright pink? The whole aircraft was just a plain pink colour. It wasn't mottled or anything, it was just a plain pink colour. And if you're not sure about that, you can Google it. I'm sure you'll find pictures of it. Okay, I should finish there. If anyone's got a particular need or request, let me know now. I'll give it a few seconds because I know there's a delay in me speaking and you hearing and then responding.
Did you see my video on Discord? I landed.
I did, yeah. Actually, I did mark it with a thumbs up and something, a smile and a thumbs up. I did, yeah. I forgot to mention that. Yeah, good job, good job. Especially in a spit. Well, that applies also to 109s, of course. The skinny wheelbase tail draggers are the worst to land in, aren't they? Yeah, I was lucky to see that actually.
I didn't make
Santa.
a video of the ones where I crashed.
No, I'm sure we've all got plenty of those. So no, I was lucky I saw it because I don't see a lot of stuff on Discord because I don't have it running normally, and I'm not that I don't have much of a cause to use it, and I'm pretty bad with it. I find Discord is not a friendly program for me. It's not intuitive.
Santa owns. You should Discord me a WhatsApp or something so we can chat outside of here, man.
Yeah, I mean WhatsApp is probably a good one because at least I'll get some kind of or normally, not every time, get some kind of a indication that there's a message. So we could give our details on a message in Discord so that we could link up on WhatsApp.
Santa owns. Yeah, I will send you mine.
Copy that, Santa, and I'll add you as a contact, and we can make use of that facility. I much prefer WhatsApp to Discord. At least I've sort of got an idea how to use WhatsApp, but Discord, I'll do something and I think, well, how do I now get back? Or there's things you can't see, and it's because I have the window small, because I've got other things on that screen. So, and the thing I want to see is off the window, things like that really I find frustrating. I'm taking it that no one's worried about me flying anymore, because I haven't seen any messages coming back. But I'm always happy to fly a Spitfire. Ah, there we are.
Santa owns.
Okay.
You guys should definitely follow Bill. He's an amazing person and he sings so beautifully.
Thanks, Santa. Actually, I could drop another link to you. I just dropped a link earlier on, or not a link, a file to what do we call him? What do we call him? Hold on. Yoddy. It's now Yod 10, but we tend to call him Yoddy, because I don't know. Yeah, Santa, are you aware of I'm sure you'll know the band Thin Lizzy. Am I right? Oh, you might not actually. No, out there you might not.
Santa owns. I don't think so, maybe though.
Okay, right. Well, Thin Lizzy, UK band from about the mid-80s, I think. And the guy that played guitar in them was absolutely incredible. His name was Gary Moore. I don't know if you know the name Gary Moore. And they did a song called Parisian Walkways. And what I could do is drop that song onto the chat, so you can have a listen. I'm being very brave with this, because this song is very, very much a work in progress. What I've done is I've now got from start to finish of the song, with a track for each instrument. But what I now need to do is go through on each track and redo each instrument for various reasons. Partly because when I make a track, I might come back to it the following day and continue it, so the guitar sound is not exactly the same. So things like that. And there's a very, very fast lead lick within the centre, and you'll hear it go quiet at that point. It plays literally about 30 notes, including bends, slides, pull-ons, hammer-ons and pull-offs. About 30 notes doing all that in 2 seconds, so it's incredibly fast. I probably can't do that, but I might be able to do something that is sort of roughly reminiscent of it. So all of the parts, which I'm going to drop in on this file that I'm going to drop to you, all of the parts I have to redo. The vocals is probably the easiest part.
Of course, send it, maybe they can see how great you are too.
Well, I'll send it to you. I won't put it on here because I don't think I can drop a file on this chat anyway, but I'll drop it to you. But it really is a work in progress, so it's really not something that is that shareable. I've got to go through all parts again.
Sounds fair enough.
Okay, hold on a second. Well, it's there. There's some really lovely guitar parts on the, I'm talking about on the original, minor sort of approximate, but it's using the new guitar that you see over my left shoulder. My new Fender. I've got a new Fender Stratocaster. It's an American Fender, a real one, as opposed to the copy that I have been using, which is nothing like as good.
1 Delta Fox 1. DCS should add the Hurricane and the Lancaster.
Definitely. I mean, first of all, the Hurricane, because the Hurricane and Spit are like, oh, peaches and cream, aren't they? The Lancaster will be great because we could get a few people in that. You could have gunners and stuff, navigators. Yeah, definitely, absolutely, definitely, Fox. Yes. Right, I'm just going to leave this open here now. I'm not planning to fly anymore.
I remember this one from last time. This is the full song now.
Oh, was it you that had dropped that too? Sorry about that. I mix up who I've sent stuff to. Yeah, it's the full song, but it's not finished. Full but not finished. So it goes from start to finish, but I need to redo each part again and work out something for that very, very fast lead lick. I think maybe before, I'm not sure if it had the second verse in it, I can't remember, but the second verse has got like a voice and an octave as a harmony, so it's two voices, and it has two guitars playing in harmony as well, actual harmony.
You guys need to find Bill on YouTube so you can hear the songs he does have public. It's so beautiful every time to hear him sing.
That's very kind of you, Santa, very kind. Right, so while I'm sitting here, I'm going to grab your number, Santa, and see if I can add you in as a contact. Oh, what's the country code? Because your number starts with 1. So what's the country code that goes in front of the 1?
Santa owns. 1 is the country code for USA.
Oh, okay. So that whole number is all I need to put in. I'll give it a try.
Santa owns. Yes.
Okay, stand by. I think I've got to put you in my phone as a contact first, haven't I? And then it can pick it up from the phone. I can't do it straight into WhatsApp, can I? I can't just add you straight in. It has to be a contact from my phone. Yes, alright. Thinking out loud. It's put a hyphen after the 6, like after the, yeah. So it's put a hyphen after the 6. Is that to be expected?
Santa owns. That is right.
Right, now this is something I haven't encountered before. I've put your number in on my phone, but it's got a negative symbol to the right of where I've entered your number. A negative symbol in red, in a red circle. Does that sound right? Or have I missed something?
Santa owns. Not sure about that.
Okay, well I'll just see if it can pick it up. I know sometimes it takes a couple of minutes on WhatsApp to pick it up, I think, but I'll give that a try. It's not picking it up yet, but I think it sometimes it does have to take a minute or two to link up.
Santa owns. Okay, no worries. Still trying to get my wife to get those beans, haha, but she said again she wants to try it.
Oh right, that's good. Yeah, I mean the ones we get here are Heinz, but a lot of people like Branston. I don't know if either of those are the same over there for you, but I have seen stuff on. We're talking about beans on toast, I take it. I have seen stuff on YouTube where they pour the beans out and they just don't look like what we get. So you've got to be careful. They should be a nice orangey colour with a sauce.
We found the blue Heinz ones at Walmart.
Ah, great. Well, that's it then. They should be good. Right, hold on, hold on. It's not finding you yet. I think
Santa
it
owns.
takes a minute or two to link
I
up.
have to run. Bill got some work stuff I need to finish up, so it looks like I been busy. Tongue poking smiley. Always a pleasure talking with you, buddy.
Yeah, make sure you at least look like you've been busy. That's an important thing. Yeah. Likewise, Santa. Nice to chat to you, mate. Catch you another time. In the meantime, I'll try and get you into WhatsApp, and I'll ping you a handshake on that at some point.
Santa owns. Message me your number on Discord and I'll try to add you also.
Okay, well you should be able to add me once I've got
1
you.
Delta Fox 1.
You should be able to add me
Beans on
once
cheesy
I've got
toast
you.
and a egg and sausage.
Yeah, cheesy beans on toast, egg and sausage. Well, that's probably pushing the boat out a bit, but I'll tell you what, if you're going to do beans on toast, also try and grab some HP sauce. Okay? HP sauce. That'll be a good British way of doing it. It's a lovely flavour. But just beans on toast, HP sauce, experiment after you've had that.
Santa owns. Got it, will do. Don't go too far there, Delta. Delta is a buddy from my channel.
Oh, okay, yeah, don't go too far. You mean like don't add too many things to it? Well, you can always do that later on, can't you? But yeah, to start off with, just some ordinary square pre-cut white bread, toast it,
1
butter
Delta
it,
Fox 1.
put the beans on it,
That's
and
what I
HP
like.
sauce. Ultimately, of course, yeah, it's what you like, absolutely.
Santa owns. You like tuna on your baked potatoes, tongue poking smiley.
Tuna. Tuna, yeah, that's right.
1
Well,
Delta
actually,
Fox 1.
Beans on
Yeah, I
on
do.
potato as well. Baked beans on a a jacket spud, brilliant.
Santa owns. I love baked beans, so I'm willing to try this.
Yeah, definitely go for it. You can only gain when you try new stuff, eats wise. You can only
Santa
gain, you
owns.
can't lose.
That marmalade was great too. Let me ease into the British ways.
Yeah, and in case Fox is not aware, that's cheese with marmalade on it, or jam, or in the States you might call it jelly, but you know, jam as well, like strawberry jam or something. Yeah. Actually, there's on Facebook. There's a guy named Kalani, whose name I can't remember, and he comes over to UK on a regular basis, and now he's bringing his family over as well, and he he really loves the British foods that we have over here, and he's been surprised by a lot of them.
In Welsh, so I know, and I like Marmite on toast.
Marmite on toast, yeah. Marmite, love it or hate it. Daft as it may seem, I'm somewhere down the middle. No, I quite like Marmite, but I prefer Bovril. Well, if I've got it right, Santa, you should get a message on WhatsApp. Excellent, excellent. That's great, that's great. And now I could ping stuff on here rather than having to put it onto onto Discord, which I'm not friends with. I'm really not.
Santa owns. Got it. Have a blessed day. See you next time.
Sure thing. Oh, by the way, did I send you my effort on a song called Till There Was You?
Continue to practice the WW2 planes.
Yeah, make sure you practice them and join us in this server. You know, that's always a good thing. But did I send you Till There Was You? I think I must have done.
Santa owns. No.
Okay. Oh, well, that's your fault because you said no. I'm now gonna ping it to you because that's got a lovely guitar break in the middle, but it's acoustic guitar, so it's not the same as the Gary Moore one. But Till There Was You is another Beatles number, old Beatles number, and all the old Beatles numbers are.
I got like 5 guys who want to fly the WW2 planes with us too.
Excellent. Yeah, get them on here and we can all help each other and teach each other. Right, let me just hang on, let me go up a fraction. Bear with me just a second, Santa.
1 Delta Fox 1. Some fish and chips and a couple of pints of Newcastle Brown is a good dinner.
It is. Well, yeah, but on the other hand, 2 pints of Guinness is a good dinner. That fills you up.
Santa owns. Uguius.
Yeah, that's basically what Warhawk says. I get in trouble just to mention the word Guinness, but I haven't had it for a long time actually. But you can get it in cans, which is pretty close to the original. But the best way to have Guinness is from a pub.
I want to fly them as well, but waiting for the spit to go on sale.
Yeah, get that spit, Fox, and yeah, I agree, wait for the sale, but they don't normally have to wait too long, do they, before they put a sale out, so yeah,
Santa
grab that
owns.
spit.
You can fly the T-51 till then.
Yeah, and the T-51 is just the same as a P-51, but no guns, isn't it? So, yeah. But the Spitfire, Fox, don't be dismayed when you get the Spitfire, because you might at first think, ooh, this is difficult, but it clicks. It will click, and then you'll get it, and you'll love it. I'm sure you will love it. And if you come onto this server, there's people here that will, and especially me with a Spitfire, that are more than happy to help you out, giving you pointers like what to do as you take off.
UKIF all the way.
Yeah, I mean,
Santa owns.
actually,
It takes a bit to click. Still hasn't for me.
yeah, but it will. You'll just get the feel of it. You just feel it in the end. So let me just hold on a minute. See, when I come in on this, that's Royal Canadian Air Force, but I always swap it to RAF standard. That's what I fly. Not that I actually need to do this right now.
Says RAF all the way. Proceeds to fly only the A-10.
Yeah. But the A-10's also a good fun aircraft, so I can't blame him for that. I've pinged, in case you hadn't noticed there, Santa, I pinged Till There Was You. I haven't heard that. I'm going to have to listen to that. Once again, that's not really complete. It's a bit sort of cobbled together. So really, I need to do some stuff on that as well. I think the lead guitar or the guitar break in it, it's a lovely break, but I think I had to do it in a few parts rather than one. I couldn't just play it all straight off. Not to start with. These things come with time, but really I need to redo that. Actually, I'll put it on there, but I should have put it on WhatsApp, shouldn't I? And these things obviously always better with earbuds if you can at all do it at all, or a nice sound system. But it sounds totally different when you put it on your phone. It sounds like nails in a bucket.
1 Delta Fox 1. I'm waiting for the Eurofighter to be added officially.
Well, that's something I probably won't be getting. It's the wrong kind of aircraft for me. I need to re-listen to my recording of Till There Was You, but I can't, because if I do that it'll come out on the stream, and then there's a copyright thing going on, isn't there? So I won't do that. She's sitting there all this time, and instead of turning in, I feel as though I want to grab myself something to drink now. In theory I would have quit at 1:30, then in theory I would have quit at 2 o'clock. So the next theory is I'll quit at somewhere after 3:30. So, yeah, I'm AFK briefly while I pour myself something. I don't want a long drink. So, I guess it'll have to be a drop of rum, won't it? I'll be back. Okay, right, I'm back, and in theory I'm going, but if I'll still add that if anyone wants me to do some flying in this here spit, I will. But I'll just wait for confirmation of that, because in theory, being it's 3:30 in the morning, which is actually a couple of hours earlier than I've turned in recently playing with guitar. So, but 3:30 in theory, I shouldn't be here much longer, should I? Actually, I don't even need to fly necessarily. If anyone wants me to show through the startup process for the Spitfire, we're in a good position to do that.
One Delta Fox 1. I'll have a look at the startup.
So you'd like me to talk through the startup, yes, Fox?
One Delta Fox 1. Yeah, please.
Okay, right, well, this might not be textbook, but it's what I do, and I think it's pretty close. I believe that I could jump in a Mark 9 Spit and start it up using this procedure. I'm sure the instructor will slap you on the wrist for doing things slightly in the wrong order, but this is what I always do basically. But the first thing I do, although I might not need to, is, well no, actually before that, the first thing I must do is put the brake on. Okay, put the brake on, otherwise when I start the engine she'll start rolling forward, and because I'm looking down like this I won't see her rolling forward and I'll end up on the grass. So brake on, make sure the prop pitch is fully fine. I use this lever for my prop pitch. So brake on, prop pitch fully fine. And now what I do, move the stick out of the way and I turn on the panel light. So I probably don't need to, but sometimes when the lighting's not good, it's useful to have them on. And I just think it looks nice. Hold on. Now I'm going to undo the covers for the starter and booster buttons. We have to press both of those buttons at the same time, and obviously with the Mosquito you can press one with your left click and then press the right click whilst you're holding the left click down, press the right click to push the other one. I'm not sure that I can arrange that, but what I tend to do is, because in the Spitfire you'd actually reach your hand forward to press those buttons, I don't mind reaching my hand forward and pressing the delete and end keys I've set up on my keyboard, on my computer keyboard, to push those buttons. So now before I start, what we need to do is turn on the fuel pump. I can't hear it. Right, and open the fuel cock, which is this lever just here, which I've got a switch for. Right, fuel pump is on, fuel cock is open, so now I'm going to put the magnetos on. And before I've done any of this, actually what I should have done is, having done the brake and the prop pitch, I should have just done that, because when you put the throttle forward, it clips a little switch underneath there. It clips that switch and turns it on. So now that the power's on, you can see that the gear is down. Right, so I now want to start or turn my magnetos on, and I've rigged up a couple of switches at the back of my thing for that, but obviously you can mouse click them. Right, so both magnetos are turned on. So now I need to prime it. Make sure every time that the brake is still on, prime it. I'll give it 4 pumps as it's cold and it's not absolute winter. I'll give it 4 pumps. If I'd just been repaired, the engine would still be hot and I'd only give it 3 pumps, but I'll give it 4. Okay, so now what I've got to do is press those 2 buttons. It will turn over and it will kick into life, and when it kicks into life, I need to flick the mixture lever forward. Okay, and I'm going to do that. I've got a button that I press around the back here for that, because it's just easier, because if I've got 2 fingers on the keyboard there, it's just easier to and I want my hand on the throttle. It's easier to press a button around the back there. Now before I actually start, I'm going to just crack the throttle that much. Okay, I'll do it again, just that much. And now I'll push those 2 buttons, get the engine started. Once it kicks over, throw that lever forward, the mixture lever forward, and she'll be running. I can adjust the throttle as I want. So let's do that. And if I was going to be flying, I would put the radio on. In this server we tend to use the aircraft radio whenever possible, so it's channel A, which is 124. That's what we normally use. If someone who's in an A10 can also select 124 and speak to us from the A10. So actually, Fox, are you aware also of how you taxi, how you turn on the taxiway in a Spitfire? Are you aware of how the brakes etc. work? Or should I cover those as well?
Delta Fox 1. Can you show me please?
I will. Just before I do that though, it's quiz time. Trivia quiz. Do you know what these blobs are, what they're for? Do you know what they are, what they're for? And while you're thinking about that, maybe you already know. Most people don't. So if you know, it's definitely a feather in your cap. Another thing is, if I put these switches in the correct positions, that one there and that one there, and then use this button here, I'll jump out and show you. I can use Morse code, so if my radio gets shot up, I can still talk to the rest of the section by using Morse code. A lot of people don't know that. So, right, so for taxiing, what you do, the way the Spitfire works, it doesn't have tow brakes as a TF51 has, or even, I think the one on mine, etc.
Is there mercury in those balls?
Ah, right. No, there's not. those what look like balls, what they are is, now you'll be aware if I do this, hang on, that sight relies on a bulb in there. Well, with all the shaking and rattling of takeoff and gunfire, it was an incandescent bulb, no LEDs in those days, so that bulb, the element would blow. This would disappear, you've got no illuminated sight. So you'd grab this part, pull it out, and in there's a bulb. You discard that bulb, take one of these, put it in, and just send a quick radio message across to Fritz in the 109 and say, hang on a minute Fritz, I'm just changing the light bulb. So a lot of people, once again, don't know that. I didn't know it. These are things I've learned since flying in DCS. Right, now there are no toe brakes. The only brake you have is this brake, right? And the way it works is if you want to turn left, you give it left braking, and then you apply some braking, and that braking only goes to the left wheel. If I put the rudder pedals in a neutral position, the braking goes to both wheels. To turn right rudder, put some braking on to apply that braking only to the right wheel. Slows you around. And it don't feel comfortable to start with, and people can struggle with it a little bit, but you do get used to it. I've got used to it. If I can get used to it, anyone can. I'm not that clever. So yeah, so that's the way the braking works. So if I just taxi along there a little bit, left foot forward, and then brake off so that I start to roll when I throttle up, and then I'll add some braking to that left wheel because of course the left foot is full. And it's a bit like a boat. In a boat you have to sort of give it a little bit of the opposite way to stop it from turning, because once it starts turning it has momentum and it wants to carry on turning in that direction. While I'm at it, do you want me to cover takeoff, Fox? Incidentally, I'm using the Echo 19 Spitfire engine sound. It's better than the DCS one, definitely. And I recommend it, and it's free, although you can make a donation, which I did. Because it's worth it. Give it support. So now whoops, I looked away. You can't dare look away. The right rudder, add some brake.
It is no longer free, but you can get them from Santa Claus. Temple smiling.
Oh, of course, yeah, they put a price on it, didn't they? And then as well, I think it must have been yourself I was talking to, that the new file that you download isn't as good as the old one. So there's something there as well. But I think even the new one is better, but it's not as good as the old one, and that's the one I'm using, the old file. So a word about taxiing, probably about 1500 RPM.
So when I try I don't crash like Santa LUL.
Well, we'll see. I don't think anything is written in stone. It's never a given that you're going to take off or land successfully. They take work. Trying to show my feet, but I've got to look down and look up at the same time. So I've got to look down with my head tracker so you can see what I'm doing with my feet, but I've got to look up with my eyeballs to see where I'm going. It's really uncomfortable. Sorry, I'm doing this. Did you want me to go through the takeoff? I won't bother to do it if you don't want to see it, or you don't need to know about it.
1 Delta Fox 1. Yeah, please.
Okay, right. I'll just run through it without doing it first of all. Now what I'm going to do is make sure, first thing, I must take the brake off, obviously, because if I don't, I'm going to nose over and wreck the aircraft. Three things that I didn't do because I'm talking. I'm terrible. I get out of phase when I'm talking, but I needed to do 3 things before I taxied. One was adjust my altimeter, another one was adjust my nose down trim, and the other one was adjust my rudder trim. So I'm going to do those now. So I'm just setting the altimeter for this airfield at 0. And now a lot of people on the nose down trim on a Spitfire, I think a lot of people like 1 division of nose down. For me, I'm happier with a level measurement of nose down. So I'm going to start now. So that's where I like to have the nose down setting for me, but a lot of people like it down here, I think. And the rudder trim, it's difficult to look down and show you this with the head tracking. I might have to zoom in. And the rudder trim goes full right rudder. When I take off, I'll change that rudder trim so that the double D of the word rudder is at the 12 o'clock mark. And I'll adjust my nose down trim. I'll adjust my nose down trim to be 1 division, just fractionally over 1 division of nose up after I've taken off. And also, once I've taken off, well, we haven't got that far. Once I throttle up, before I throttle up, it's stick full back, full right aileron, throttle up,
Hey Bill.
dance, hello Muller, dance on the rudder pedals to keep her straight, and as I'm throttling up, I'm also letting the stick come forward to its normal position. When I get to about 85 miles an hour, 85, 90 miles an hour, somewhere around there, rotate a bit and just hold it until she lifts off, gear up immediately, and then as your gear comes up, it tends to want to drop down, so be ready to counteract that little drop down as the gear comes up. And once the gear comes up, I can then adjust my trim to give me the 1 division of nose up, and adjust my rudder trim to get the double D of rudder in the 12 o'clock position, and pull my throttle with a prop pitch back to give me 2,700 RPM. Right, let's see if I can remember to do all that. Okay, so first thing is brake off, stick back full right, and then I won't talk while I'm doing it so much, but hang on, let me just adjust my track IR so that it's easier for me to show you my feet. It's not behaving, hold on. Right, now that's a bit easier for you to show me to show you my feet whilst we're taking off. So, brake off.
Santa owns. You here to tell Bill how much I crashed to? Tongue poking smiling.
Crashing is only a temporary thing. Right, I'm going to shut up while I take off. I'm dancing on the pedals. Stick coming forward. Nose is dropped, so the tail is up. Gear up. Just trim. Just rudder trim. And then adjust my RPM with my prop pitch. When you take off, as you'll see, I'm about boost 8 or 9. Now I'm going to pull my throttle back to about boost 7, and apparently with 2700 and boost 7 she'll run all day. I'm going to close the canopy so that when I open it, you'll hear the difference. So the canopy does make a difference to the sound. It still sounds quite nice. And now I'll open it. And you hear that like airy sound, and it sounds like you're getting almost like a phasing from a prop wash. So I'll buzz the runway. If there's anyone down there, if anyone had joined, I would have gone down and given them a buzz. That's sort of fairly traditional for us here. If someone's, especially for newcomers obviously, we like to buzz them and put on a bit of a show, just for fun. Now a little manoeuvre that I just like to do because it's fun is I'll get up to at least a couple of thousand feet, and then I'll roll the aircraft so it's inverted, then pull the stick back so that I'm eventually making a 180 degree turn. So we're just over 2,000 feet now. I'll level off a bit. Whereabouts are we? Yeah, goes down there. Okay. So I'll invert and then pull the stick back.
Not likely. Serious retest minimum.
To be honest, I'm terrible at knowing what the manoeuvres are. Yeah, maybe it's a split S, I don't know. See, there's my lack of knowledge, definitely. To me, it's just a 180 turn, using the invert to get you to that 180. I'll do it again. I want a bit of altitude. You don't want to do this too close to the ground, obviously. Close the canopy. Don't need to, but I will. Okay, roll it and stick back. Let's go and beat up some trucks. that's not a bad score. I've got them all apart from one that's sort of outward of the rest. So you can't get them all in one straight. I'll go for the other one now. When they're all gone, they should respawn. Just this lot, others don't, but this lot will respawn. And the trouble is, it doesn't particularly look like that respawn, because you still get like a black charred mess on the ground, and that's where the new vehicle spawns. So it's a vehicle on a black charred mess, so it's difficult to see that you've actually got new vehicles to hit. So there we are. I might as well cover landing now, mightn't I? First thing on landing, when you're not going too fast, open the canopy. And put your prop pitch fully fine. About 140, drop the gear. About 120 or so, drop the flaps. That will cause the nose to drop down, so you have to be ready for it. Flaps going down. And you see that wanting to dip the nose straight away. Very horrible, bumpy landing to the point where I've put too much brake on and nosed over. These are the things that you have to overcome. So, I mean, I love the Spitfire. I fly it a lot, but sometimes I have times when I'm just terrible at landing. Today was a very bad one, obviously, but I've had a couple of good ones, and it can vary. It depends on all sorts of stuff. Whether you're nervous or what, like if you've got people watching you. So that was the process, for the sake of Fox, really, I think. That was the process. I just didn't execute that process very well, but that's the process. Sometimes I have really nice landings, and other times I struggle to get away with it.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Fox. I'm hoping that you know, perhaps you guys get onto this server sometime and we can all help each other. Well, so we get on the aircraft radio, which is A, yeah, 124 is A. That's what we tune into to speak to each other, bearing in mind, of course, that it's one-way transmission, so you've got to make sure that you're not speaking over someone.
We're gonna come in for sure, or I will during my stream and people will follow.
That'd be good. Good to see you here. Good to see you here. I'm nearly out of rum. Well, I'm nearly out of rum. That bit of rum, but so I could be finishing soon. Anyone got anything else that they want to ask or mention or whatever?
One Delta Fox 1. What is the server called?
The server is Bill, that's Bill, me, Bill Lagland 2. Lagland 2. Bill Lagland 2. And for the details on how to get into it, if you type exclamation mark DCS in this chat, it will take you to the appropriate details.
Stream elements. At 1 Delta Fox 1, we fly on the Lagland server. Join the Discord for server details and more information about the mission. https://discord.gg/yard5gr8q.
So do you think you're going to join now, Fox? Am I going to be up even later? Or is that just for future reference?
Santa owns. You can fly the A10 there too, it's not just WW2 stuff.
Oh yeah, even I fly the A10 occasionally. I haven't recently, but only because of the fact that I've upgraded from Windows 10 to Windows 11
not
and a
now
load of things
relaxing
changed.
On the Hunter Classic.
Well, enjoy whatever you're relaxing on. Okay, so
Santa
in
owns.
that case,
What?
I think
$, at dollar.
not
At
in a-
dollar.
not in a
Bill
word,
not in
though.
a warbird. Restream.io.
Yeah,
Trophy
I
congratulations.
do
You've
sometimes
received 100
jump
messages
in
today with
the
Restream
A10.
chat.
I've also got the F16, but I find that boring. You don't have to do much. You don't even have to do your own flaps in an F16. It does it itself. Now, where's the fun in that? These are the aircraft that I like. That big fan at the front and where you've got to fly. And also with the F16, you make a move on the stick and the aircraft says, oh right, hang on a minute, and then it does it. Whereas with the Spitfire, you do that and it does it. It doesn't hang about, it doesn't wait. It's much more responsive. I've also got choppers, but I'm pretty bad with them. So, but to say, there's a load of things I've got to reset up since my, because when I went from Windows 10 to 11, I also had to completely, because of the way I did it, I had to completely reinstall DCS, which meant there's a load of settings, sadly, that got lost. And I have to redo all those, so I'm afraid to jump in another aircraft now because I know I've probably got a lot of work.
Snuggles
For
the
a
bear.
YouTuber that's...
You can save your settings.
Yeah, I can, and to some degree I had, but not enough. I'm tending now to be more careful to save them all. For a YouTuber that's just joined us, this is a Spitfire. We're in a server where people just fly about and have fun on pretty much any aircraft they want, warbirds or otherwise. But it's after 4 o'clock in the morning for me, so in theory I should be folding soon. But always drop a message if you can. It doesn't cost anything and there is no commitment. I've just got to decide now whether to finish this and stop or pour myself another rum. Snuggles, I do tend to now I do tend to try to save my settings more often. I think in the past I haven't saved them because I think, well, I've got something else to do, so I'll save it in a minute, and then of course you don't. So you end up not saving all the changes in settings. The Spitfire is pretty much worked out now. I've got pretty much everything I want on this. Likewise, the Mosquito is pretty much sorted. Don't think there's anything I need to do on that, but if I get in the A10, I'm fairly sure there will be things I've got to remap, even if I reload a previously saved
Snuggles
settings.
the vet. I ran into that a few times. Had a few other times where I logged in and they all vanished and then came back.
Yeah, vanishing is not so good. If they come back, that's not so bad. Still haven't decided if I'm going to have another rum or not. So am I going to make this last another little while or pour it down and get another one? That's the question.
Santa owns. You see and ask that man, you know I say drink 20 more.
I won't go to 20, but yeah, okay, you've bent my arm, you've twisted my arm. I feel obliged now. Thank you. So I'm briefly AFK while I pour another one. And the sad thing is, look, I've only got that much left of my Pusser's rum. Pusser's rum is really nice. So, sorry, caught my mic then. Yeah, I've only got that much left. I'm not sure how much that's going to do. I imagine it's at least one more slug. Only one more slug. So now I'm completely and utterly out of rum, apart from the other bottle that I've got left. The other bottle I've got, in case anyone's interested, this is Pusser's rum, right? It's just standard Pusser's rum and it's really nice. The other bottle I have is called Pusser's Gunpowder. Now, for anyone I haven't said it to already, because I'm sure I must have said it, does anyone know why it's called gunpowder? I'm going to go and get the bottle and I'll just put it in front of the camera.
One Delta Fox 1. You can make gunpowder with it.
Well, there is a connection. Look, there's Pusser's and there's Pusser's Gunpowder, and the reason it's called gunpowder, now this is standard 40 ABV, 40% alcohol by volume, right? So that's 40. This is 54.2. So but the point is, if you're working on a sail ship back in the old days, and you spilt this on your gunpowder won't fire. But if you spill this on your gunpowder, this is so strong, your gunpowder will still fire. So that's why it's called gunpowder rum.
1 Delta Fox 1. LUL.
Yeah, so it's quite powerful stuff, but it is surprisingly smooth. It really is. It's a lovely drop of stuff. But that really is my last bottle until I managed to, well, until the store that I order my stuff from each month, each week I mean, until they give an offer again, because occasionally I normally have something called Lamb's rum. It's Lamb's Navy rum, which is cheaper than this, and same power or same strength as that one, but now and again it's on offer. So instead of being, for me, 25 quid, I'm not sure what that works out in dollars, probably in the region of, I don't know, 21 or 22, I don't know. I think they're pretty close now, aren't they? But it comes in sometimes at like 20 quid. So that's a fiver difference. So when it does that, next time it does that, I'll probably get 2 bottles of it. And it won't make me drink it any faster. It just means that I've saved 10 quid on those 2 bottles. So it won't make me drink it any quicker, but I mean, there was a time some time ago when I could make a bottle of rum last from Christmas to middle of the year, but now, nah. It's not very nice sitting in this spit that I broke the prop on, is it? So I'll just respawn. I don't know why, I don't need to. So for the sake of anyone that wants to know about the server, this is basically, we usually gather at Mozdok. There are other airfields you could take off from Beslan. Further down here, Beslan is down there. And there'll be all sorts of aircraft you can take, jets or warbirds, whatever. The beauty of Beslan is that it's quieter. If you just want to take off and be unbothered by bombers coming in, etc., then this is a good place to be. But if you want to get to Mozdok, obviously you've got a flight to get up there. But that's alright, it depends. I mean, that's what we're here for, isn't it? Flying. So doing a flight from Beslan to Mozdok, it shouldn't be a problem. That's what we're here for. We like to fly. 109s coming in. I don't know if these are hostile. I suspect they are. There's a bunch of 109s that often turn up over here somewhere, and they're not hostile, so you won't be attacked by it. That might be, these might be 2 of those. Otherwise you get bombers come in. A20, Laxor designed the mission. He had to use A20s as the bomber for various reasons. He had to use A20s, which are not obviously naturally an Axis aircraft, but where's I going with that? Why was I telling you that? What was I telling you about the bombers? Let me think for a second. You know what? I can't remember what I was going to say about that. What was I telling you about the bombers? Oh yeah, because when the bombers come in, they often come in with an escort. So you get 4 bombers come in. There's an A20 there. You often get 4 bombers come in, and they've each got a 109 escort, and they obviously are hostile. So if you attack one of the 109s accompanying the A20s, the chances are you're going to get ganged up on by the rest, and then you're not in a good position. So if you're going to do that, really you need to arrange with someone else, at least one other person, to join you on that little sortie to go up there and hit the bombers or hit the 109s. Probably best to go for the 109s and get rid of them if you can. But they're pretty nifty. They're not, although they're AI, they're not stupid by any means. So this is the extent of the map. There's all sorts of stuff you can do, and what happens, like when I'll find an example, hang on, look, these here are destroyed units. Now I'm not sure on this occasion whether they're ours or theirs, but if you'll see these, look, I attacked these earlier on, and the trucks, and there's a line of trucks here, and there was a line of infantry here with stuff that they fire up at you, which is pretty nasty and they're pretty dangerous. I hit these with rockets, and when you destroy a unit, whether it's infantry or a truck, it leaves behind a container. In this server it leaves a container, and what happens then is that someone with a chopper from here can fly up, pick up the container, sling load it back to here, and drop it either just here or just here. And if you drop it here, there's a factory, it's got 4 chimneys, I'll probably be able to show you that. There's a factory or a processing plant that if you drop the container here, it processes it as ammo. If you drop your container here, it processes it as fuel, and we can run out. So occasionally if you go to load up and you realise that you've asked for a whole bunch of rockets but you haven't got them, it's because we've actually run out.
That is a neat concept.
It is. There's also search and rescue. So this is something that Laxor's built into this. He's done so much work on this. So when we crash, you'll see a note at the top there, and it will come up always come back as Dave. And Dave says, "Hey chaps, you know, I could do with a lift back. I can't remember what the message is, but basically he's crashed. I could do with a lift back to the airfield." And you'll get coordinates, so you then fly out to where Dave is, pick him up in a chopper, and bring him back and drop him back on a helipad here. And that's when he says, "Thanks chaps, I'll see you in the naffy and buy you a beer," or whatever he says. So yeah, so that's part of the search and rescue. But of course when you go in, if you're not sure where he is, you can ask him to set off a flare, or smoke rather, an orange smoke. So you get an orange plume of smoke come up, which you can easily find him from. Trouble is, the enemy also can find him. So you come in to pick him up, but in the meantime the enemy have moved in because they've seen the enemy smoke. So when you come in to pick him up, you're under fire from vehicles on the ground that want to take Dave prisoner. So you know, it's pretty varied. It is pretty varied. I think it's a lovely server. It's easy going. We're always very happy to help each other, whether it's flying the aircraft or even technical issues that we might be aware of. You know, we all try to help each other on that as well. So I think it's a brilliant little server, and I think Laxor, I'm biased, but I think Laxor's done an excellent job with it, and it continues. because he's now working on radio. Earlier on we were flying in a Mosquito together, and he was operating the radio stuff and telling me where to go. We didn't succeed on that occasion because we're trying to locate a Dave who's given us his radio bearings, and we have to then find him from those bearings and go and not pick him up. We can't pick him up, but at least we can find him and maybe protect him. So that, I'm not sure how far that's gone yet. There's still work to do. It's always a work in progress, isn't it? All these things are always evolving, and that's what Laxwell's doing with this. It's evolving all the time. The other day we flew from here across to Mineralny Vodi. Mineralny. It's difficult to say. Mineralny Voldi. We flew across to there anyway because there was a guy there apparently giving us, or we were trying to get to that point anyway. Regardless of whether there's a guy there, we were trying to get that point where it was sending out a signal of 1.18 megahertz, and we're using the radio to home in on that point. So that's still once again in development, a work in progress. And even when it's done, it's a case of learning it and understanding it. We can also mark. I'm sure this is not just particular to this this server, but if you're flying around this area. Is it this one? Hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, there's too many. There's another area. I'm not sure where it is. It looks like it should be there, but there's too many crates. Basically, that area there is a point we go on here. And once again, I lost my thread now. I don't know why I was going to tell you about that. Darn it. There's like some BTRs there that we go and beat up, but they also fire back at us. So as opposed to the trucks that I hit earlier, these will fire back at you. I can't understand why there's so many crates, because every time you destroy something it leaves a crate behind, but there's only 7 vehicles here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's 11 crates. How does that work? I don't know why that would be. Because it only starts off with 7 vehicles. So that's a bit, and this is definitely the area because I recognise the road system. So that's definitely the area that I'm thinking of that has 7 BTRs. Fascinating, Captain. I don't know why there's all those crates. Of course, nothing is that simple, is it? Because we flew out trying to locate a radio signal, find a radio signal. We came out in this direction and ended up getting shot down. So we're trying to test the facility of the thing, but there was guys on the ground, I think probably in this sort of region, and they shot us down. So our little test failed because we got shot down. On another time, the DCS crashed on another time. So nothing's that straightforward. Fox, if you're still there, I'm sure you'll tell me if you had gone, or if you were going rather. what part of the planet are you on, Fox? And Snuggles, because I've forgotten. I'm sure Snuggles has told me, but I can't remember. Or maybe they've both gone.
1 Delta Fox 1. In
Oh.
Welsh, UK.
Yeah, you actually said earlier on, the Fox. Sorry, that's just me being totally stupid, because I remember you saying about Wales and when we were talking about beans on toast. Yeah. So what about Snuggles? Is Snuggles still there? Whereabouts you at?
Santa owns. Snuggles is from the West Coast, USA.
West Coast. Okay. Well, okay. That's a bit of a flight then, isn't it? Surely to goodness, isn't it? Look you. Yeah, so that's quite a distance. So Snuggles must be at least 8 hours, I suppose, behind me, which puts it middle of the evening, really. I suppose Snuggles is roughly in the middle of his evening, and Fox, what the hell are you doing up at this time? Don't you know it's time to go to bed?
One Delta Fox 1. Ha ha, I'm off work for a couple more week.
Well, I would say that's nice, but not necessarily. Why are you off work? Are you off work because you're injured, or is it that you've got a break? The right kind of break, as opposed to a bone.
One Delta Fox 1. Break. Santa owns. He's a pilot and crashed.
Wait a minute, am I reading this right? So Fox, when you say break, you mean B-R-E-A-K? Because Santa's saying you're a pilot and you crashed, so you're a pilot and you crashed and you broke, B-R-E-A-K, broke bones? What? Am I reading that right?
Santa owns. I'm just joking cause he made fun of me crashing.
Well, that's good. I'm glad about that, because otherwise it would have meant that you were being serious and it really had suffered a plane crash.
1. I'm on holiday. Ha
On
ha.
holiday. Yeah, jolly good. Okay, that's good, Fox. That's good. Surely you should still have turned in by now. Sane people have turned in by now for, like, UK. Obviously you're as sane as I am, which isn't very much. I just realised, Fox? Haha, I'm off work for a
One
couple
Delta
more
Fox 1.
weeks.
My
How
work
much-
hours
how
are when
much
they need me, so I
holiday
get
you
called
get?
in advanced when I'm working.
Oh, okay, we crossed in the post there by the looks of it. Hold on. Oh, okay. Yeah, I get that now. Sorry, that's yeah, we crossed in the post. I jumped the gun. I'm not going to ask Santa whether I should open this bottle or not, because I know what he's going to say. But as long as I don't open it, I can't have anything from it. That means it lasts a bit longer.
One
I
Delta
don't
Fox
know when I'm going to
1.
get a deal on the
Open it
lamb's
down
rum
it in
next.
1.
Down it in 1, yeah, right. It's 54,
Santa owns.
sir.
Could have a pint or two.
If you talk about a pint of this stuff, nah, even
Santa
I won't
owns.
do that.
Or 3.
And to be honest, it's funny, isn't it? But when you find the drink that suits you, you can go a lot more with it. If I was to have a 2 or 3 pints of beer, I might start getting a bit squiffy, but I could have the equivalent of alcohol in this and it won't do the same thing. Maybe it's just like a psychosomatic or psychological thing, I don't know. But I know that I can handle this better than I would handle beer. But this is, I mean, this is what? Hang on, let's just check, make sure I got that right. It's 54 point something. Oh, I thought it was 54.2. It's not. It's 54.5. Now, I don't suppose you'll be able to see that on there. It's probably all blurred and out of focus. But it's 54.5 alcohol by volume. So it's not to be sniffed at.
One Delta Fox 1. I'll have that for breaky.
You like a drop then, dear? Do you like rum specifically? Actually, on my next order of my groceries,
Santa owns.
I've got a
I
bottle
don't
of
drink rum anymore,
whiskey.
used to drink it way too much. One Delta Fox 1. I like all alcohol, the problem is that I have a high tolerance, so it costs a lot to get a bit drunk.
Well, that's not a bad thing. I actually don't like the feeling of being drunk. I don't like that. I find it unpleasant. I don't find it a good thing. Maybe slightly, okay, merry, lack of inhibitions, a small amount of lack of inhibitions, but I don't like I don't like it when you're proper drunk. I don't like that. So and Santa, I don't drink rum anymore. Used to drink it way too much. Well, I can understand that. Yeah, I've actually ordered a bottle of whiskey, which I drink also, but not very much, quite rarely actually, but I quite enjoy it. But rum is my drink, so I order that. But I've ordered a bottle of whiskey because the rum isn't yet on offer. So, I should be Scottish, shouldn't I? trying to save this lolly because they say the Scots are tight. I don't think they are, but you know, that's the story. But yeah, so I've ordered a bottle of whiskey, so that by the time I get to the bottle of whiskey, it gets to the bottom of that bottle, there should be
fuzzy, then go outside
there should
in
have
the
been an offer
nice.
on the rum, so I'll get 2 bottles and save 10 quid on those 2 bottles, hopefully. Hang on, Delta. Outside and have a cig. Oh yeah. Well, I used to smoke, but I don't now. But you know what? I want a joint. I've never smoked a joint in my. You know what? I'm over 25. I really am actually over 25, and I've never smoked a joint. And I just get this comfortable feeling from the idea of, because I used to smoke roll-ups as well. Not all the time, but there was a time when I used to roll my own with something like, for those who know it, Old Holborn or Golden Virginia or a mix of the two, whatever. And they are aromatic. They're nice, and when you roll it, it's cozy. It's like snuggling up in a duvet when you roll your own. And I get that feeling from the idea of a joint. Not that I've ever had one, but that's what I want. I want a joint. No tobacco, just the bud.
Santa owns. Let me know if you ever come to USA.
Yeah, I can't imagine that happening now, Santa, somehow. But yeah, I certainly would do if that was the case. What would you have on offer then?
One Delta Fox 1. I have back in school great times going for a trek up the mountains with friends.
Well, you know what? I'm quite sure that I don't know what grass smells like when it burns.
Santa owns.
I should at my
Vegas.
tender age. Meet in Vegas, and I'm taking that Vegas that are licensed and open and free.
Santa owns. Yep.
Yeah, it's a long way to go for a joint though, isn't it? Actually, another joint that I would like would be the top part of my thumb. I don't know what a brownie
is. One Delta
is.
Fox 1. You can go
brownie,
to Amsterdam.
okay.
Santa owns.
Yeah, but that's
Brownie.
Yeah, brownie. Now that's to get the effect, isn't it? It sounds daft, but I don't really care about the effect. What I care about is the feeling of having a joint and like rolling it. It could almost just be like a roll of Old Holborn tobacco, but I just have this feeling that I need, before I go to the great guitar shop in the sky, I feel as though I need to smoke a joint.
Santa owns. Yeah, we can do that too.
I'm not interested in the idea of getting high, in all honesty, in the same way as I'm not interested in the idea of getting drunk. I love to drink the rum because I love the flavour. I just love the flavour of it. And obviously after a little while you get the relaxed feeling from it. But then if it goes beyond that, I would lose interest. And I actually don't like the feeling of being drunk. Am I a control freak because I feel as though I've lost control and I don't like it? I don't know. I don't think I am, but you know.
Santa owns.
I don't
You
like being
can't
drunk.
get as high as the clouds. I tried.
I just like the idea of like the roll up and the gentle smoke around. I just like I've got to try it once, but I've got no contact. I've got no idea how to get it, so I wouldn't.
Santa owns.
I wouldn't be able to get it. I'll never do it.
Well, you can roll for me then.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'd be able to do it. I'd be able to roll it, but I haven't got the stuff to do it with. So, and I can't imagine it happening. I mean, it's just a little, one of those little things you think, yeah, I really fancy doing that, and you know that really you probably never will.
One Delta Fox 1. You can roll your own in Amsterdam in the cafes there, just don't smoke it and give it to someone in the cafe. Don't take it outside of it, cause then that is illegal.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Well, I probably won't go to Amsterdam either, to be honest. Although someone that I know has suggested, yeah, we should go to Amsterdam, and I'm thinking, well, it's not going to happen because I just can't do with the hassle of travel. I can't. I really can't. I'm happy to drive places, but when it comes to going from one country to another, and all the hassle, and potential worse hassle that goes with that, I just cannot be doing with it. So it's not going to happen. I can't see it happening. Even the person that said that we should go to Amsterdam, I said, I can't ever actually see that happening. But yeah. If I could click my fingers and be there, that's a different story, but can't do that. I've undone the cork, or I've undone the seal rather. The joint I really like is the top of that thumb. I'd like to have that. I'd like to get that back, chop that off with a table saw in the garden a few years ago. So, and that really does not help when you're playing guitar. So that's a joint I'd really like, even more than a joint of grass.
Oh no, hope none drips out into your cup.
What, of
One
this
Delta
bottle?
Fox
It
1.
might.
Shrooms are legal there, so you can get high on them. Winking and tongue poking smiley.
Yeah, but see, once again, it's not the high that I'm interested in. It's the thing that I'm interested in is the whole feeling of rolling up and lighting up and smoking. That's the thing. If it had nothing in it to make me high, that wouldn't bother me. It's not the high that I'm after. It's just the general sort of comfort, the coziness of a roll up. So I could probably do it with ordinary aromatic tobacco. When I smoked a pipe, I used to roll up my St Bruno pipe tobacco and smoke that as a roll up. How am I going to take this lid off? That's the thing. How am I going to pull that cork? Just thought I'd give a change of scenery rather than me just sitting in a cockpit. So, what's the time? It's nearly 4:45 in the morning for me. So I could either pour another rum or I can turn in. I'm not sure what best to do really. So I've had a couple of nights where I've gone to bed at 5:30.
Now, buddy, let's go to bed. One Delta Fox 1. Mad Pip tobacco in a rollie, that must have been harsh.
No, it wasn't actually. Sorry, hang on. Going back to Santa. You've got to go to bed now, buddy. Look.
One Delta Fox 1.
Okay, sleep well, sir.
High
Sleep well,
asterisk.
Santa. Mad pipe tobacco roll. Yeah, it wasn't actually. It was surprisingly ordinary. It wasn't. Maybe it's because when I smoked a pipe, I also almost smoked a pipe in the same way as you'd smoke a roll up. I know that in theory with a pipe tobacco you taste it rather than breathe it, but I used to do both as if it was a cigarette. So no, it wasn't that harsh for me, probably because I was kind of used to it from smoking the pipe.
1 Delta Fox 1. Ha ha, that's why.
Yeah, could be, could be. So before I do fold, assuming I don't pour myself another run, before I do fold, who is going to admit to the possibility of joining us in this server perhaps next weekend? In fact, I modified that. If I was contacted during the week to do a little flight during the week here in this server, I would find it difficult to say no if I was going to be flying this bit. Okay, I'm just going to give myself a little reminder, that's all. A little reminder of what this is like, because I haven't had it for a little while.
1 Delta Fox 1. I don't know what I'm going to be doing next week, so I can't say.
Okay, well, I mean, if you get here, you'll be welcome, and you know that you're gonna. If you need any help, you know that anyone that can help will do their best to try to help you. So, you know, it's all good fun. It's not too serious. There are things that we don't do. I mean, like we can engage in player versus player dogfights, but we don't just go and attack someone. We make an arrangement and we say, like, let's go off to square such and such on the map and meet and have a dogfight. So but it's all very friendly. It's good fun. It's a good fun server. It's a good fun mission, and Axel has done an awful lot, and he continues to do a lot. Just today he made changes, and that's what we were trying to test out with the way the radio works when they're trying to locate someone from radio beacons. So he was doing that. So he's always working on it. He's done a lot of work. But that tiny amount I've put in the glass, just a reminder, that's all. Having had the ordinary passes before this, you can definitely get a different flavour. It's not just a different strength, it is a different flavour. Looks really nice. Right, so decision made. I'm going to finish my tiny tot of rum. I daren't go to Facebook and look at stuff on there because that means I'll be up until, what's the time now? 4:45. I'll easily be up until 5:30 if I go to Facebook and look at stuff on there, because there's always things on there to keep me occupied. I could mention that one of the things that keeps me occupied is, so if anyone here is affected by this, just let me know or just warn me off. I speak to people who believe the earth is flat, yeah, flat earthers. I discuss with them, for want of a better word, I discuss with them the idea of the flat earth. So chances are now, if I was to go to Facebook, there'll be messages from people that I've spoken to about the flat earth, and then I get into another little ball game of discussing it with them. So I daren't go and take too much notice of Facebook before, and that's what I always do. I finish up with DCS, go to Facebook, and end up sitting there for another hour responding to someone about the fact, me telling them that the earth isn't flat and them telling me that it is. So if you believe in a flat earth, we can be friends, but we can't talk about it. Or it's best not to talk about it. Geez, that passage is so nice, and yet it's not harsh. It's a significantly, very significantly stronger than the ordinary passes, but it's not harsh. It's really easy going. Okay, so I'm thinking now, I'm not going to have any more run. I'm not going to carry on flying. I'm going to fold now for the evening, close the stream, and say thanks for everyone for being here, and especially for those people that have been interacting.
To me the world is round or elephant shape.
Elephant shape? Yeah. You mean it's held up by elephants, is that what you mean? When you say round, do you mean discoid or spheroid? Spheroidal? Was it Graham Hancock? I can't remember Graham Hancock. I can't remember who it was that wrote about, you know, the Earth and showed it as like a turtle with 4 elephants on the back of the turtle with pillars that hold up the flat Earth above with a big dome over it. You know, that's the stereotypical flat Earth thing. So, is that what you're talking about? That elephant or those elephants?
One Delta Fox 1 Sphere.
Okay, well we won't be fighting over that then, so that's good. I just find it amazing that in this day people can actually seriously, and they do, there's a lot of grifters out there that just they will write anything to get people commenting because they get clicks, they get interaction. But there are also a lot of people out there, mainly in the USA, mainly fanatically religious people in the USA, who maintain that the earth is flat because the Bible says so, or rather because they believe the Bible says so. I'm not going to go into it. So stop. I'm not going to go into that. But that's the kind of thing that we're on about.
One Delta Fox 1. It could be hexagonal prism or icosahedron LUL.
What's that thing that a dodecahedron? That's 12-sided, isn't it? A dodecahedron is 12-sided. But no, I think it's the whole point for me is it's certainly not flat, because there's all sorts of facts that prove irrefutably that it's not flat. But the people that want to believe it's flat will just deny everything anyway, though, and it doesn't matter what proof, because they're always asking for proof. But whatever proof you were to give these people, they will simply deny it. Well, or even maybe just ignore it. But the chances are they would deny it with no reason. They can't offer reasoning for it, but they will just deny. No, it's not. It's part of their belief, and say a lot of it. In my experience, over the years I'm talking, in my experience, most of the flat earthers are religiously fanatical and are from the USA, and they because the USA is definitely got a higher rate of religious faith than many other places.
One Delta Fox 1. When I'm flat out drunk I can see the world spinning, so it has to be sphere LUL.
Well, yeah. Actually, the word spinning I'd have to take issue with, because that's one of the things that flat earthers say. Oh, the earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. Well, a point on the equator is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. But the earth is rotating, and you probably haven't, most people won't have done the maths on this, but you can do it, it's easy. The earth is rotating at 0.0007 RPM. So it's 3 zeros, 0.3 zeros and a 7 revs per minute. You can't see it move. You just sit out there in space, you can't see it move. It's moving far too slowly, but they refer to it as spinning because it suits their argument, so they call it spinning. But I always have to take issue with that, because it's not spinning, it's a very, very slowly, painfully slowly rotating at 0.0007 RPM.
One Delta Fox 1. Rotating, I would like to see the torque figures on that LUL.
Well, yeah. But the thing is, it's all moving, including the atmosphere. I mean, they come up with strange, silly things like they show a picture of a train chugging along with the smoke going behind it, and then they show a picture of a volcano with the earth going straight up, and they're saying this doesn't work. But what they're forgetting is that the smoke on the volcano is not moving. Volcanoes don't travel along the earth, so the smoke goes straight up, because as long as the earth rotating, the atmosphere is also rotating. So they just talk, honestly, they just talk so much garbage. It's just unbelievable what they try to believe. I'm not sure if they believe it. They certainly haven't worked it out. They're not doing it in an objective way. It's not scientific, that's for sure. But anyway, yeah, so if you imagine the train going along, and as it puffs smoke out of its chimney stack, the smoke goes behind it, but a volcano, the smoke goes directly up. So they say, therefore the earth is not spinning. The logic doesn't work. I use the word logic and loose is a possible term to call. If you're on Facebook, have a look, and you'll see some of the things that crazy things that flat earthers will claim. But say a lot of it is because it's part of its religion. They think that the Bible is telling them that the earth is flat and motionless. So that's the end of the story. It doesn't matter what else you say. It doesn't matter what proofs you give. That doesn't matter to them, because their belief in their religion, the Bible basically, is absolutely everything to them. Nothing else makes any sense, doesn't hold any weight for them. So frustrating. I shouldn't be talking about this. I'm not going to talk about this because it just keeps me at it. It's frustrating. But the only thing I know, I'm not going to change their mind. You can't change their mind. They are actually trapped by it. It's what you call confirmation bias. They will only believe the things that suit their belief. Anything else, they won't believe. They'll say it's rubbish. So you can't persuade them. My point about joining these discussions is what they say. People who are, let's say, less aware or gullible might pick up on that and think, ooh, maybe the earth's flat, and then they get possibly hooked into the flat earth cult, and it is a cult. So they get hooked into the flat earth cult. So my point of being on the going to these posts on Facebook and explaining what drivel they are is so that people who are less aware or gullible will at least see that what's being posted by these people is utter drivel, and that they shouldn't be sucked in by it. They should be doing their own thing on it, not being sucked in by the drivel of these people. Right, shut up, Bill. Okay.
One Delta Fox 1. It all good.
Okay, look, I'm thinking I should fold now. I've got less than a toothful of rum left, so I'm gonna fold. And thanks everyone for being there. We've had some interesting chat, mostly from me, I suppose. Not that I'm saying I'm interested. What I mean is most of the chat has come from me, and no, there's been some interesting stuff going on. So we'll be flying next weekend unless Laxor comes up with another little modification to add to the mission that we're in at the moment, that he might need some cooperation, because sometimes you can't test something by yourself. You have to have someone else with you to test it, because it's not possible to do it yourself. It's a bit like trying to pick yourself up off the ground by pulling on your bootlaces. You can't do it. So sometimes it needs more than one. So if he has another modification to add during the week, he might contact me, in which case we might fly, and in which case I might well stream. But generally speaking, it's the weekend, Friday and Saturday. Last couple of Saturdays Laxor hasn't been able to make it, so we've done Sundays instead. But generally speaking, it'll be Friday evening, Saturday evening. When I say evening, probably from about midnight through to about 2:30 or so. And in this case, oh god, gone 5 o'clock. Okay, so I should fold. So thanks for being there, everybody, and I'm going to fold very soon. So thanks for being there, and thanks for interacting. Take care.
One Delta Fox 1. Thank you. Good night.
Yeah. TTFN. Okay, so there's my home screen. So now it's time for me to say thanks once again for everybody for being here. Thanks particularly to those people who have been in a position to interact, and I know that not everybody is. So thanks to those people, and hopefully see you next time we fly, which will be at least next weekend. Take care, TTFN.